Hello, and welcome to the Final Fantasy Randomizer Rando Marathon Winter 2024. I'm your restreamer, Dark Moon. I'm going to be joined here shortly by Rando Z-Link, but I want to talk about what we have going on. This is our Thursday pre-show. This and the rest of the marathon is in support of the South Carolina Firefighters Burned Children's Fund, an organization helping those children who have experienced burns through their aftercare and their mental aftercare, helping them get through the process and heal. We're going to be doing this for the next 4 days, all day today, and then a constant marathon from Friday all the way through Sunday evening. We hope you'll hope you'll come out and help us out here. It's going to be great. It's going to be a big old show here. But for now, let's intro into a nice long run with Rando Z-Link doing Majora's Mask on the 3DS. Rando, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm sorry, my internet cut out.
Well, we're still seeing you.
Okay,
So-
yeah, hi, I'm Rando Z-Link. I'm gonna be running the Majora's Mask 3D Randomizer. This randomizer actually just came out this year. It's relatively new. It's still a work in progress, but a lot of the core features have been implemented already into this randomizer. So I'm just happy to be here, just being able to run it for you all day.
Excellent. Well, we're going to let you take it away if you'd like.
Just before I start, the only exclusion I have is a very specific exclusion. It's excluding the $5,000 rupee check, because that one is just a lot of grinding, and if you grinded it, it will take about like half an hour to just get the rupees you need. Okay, am I good to start?
Hopefully you can hear me, and yes, you are good to start.
Hello. Okay, I'm so sorry about that. Is my game feed so good for you?
Okay, sorry everyone, we had a sudden disconnection there with our player. I am getting things reset right now, and then we will be able to get everything going once more. The joys of Discord. Come on. Come on. I have your layout, I just don't have your game feed. Can you make sure your game feed is working? There we go. Okay. I see it now. We're gonna hide the non-video participants. Make sure your crop is right once more. No. Hold on. OBS being OBS. Can we please pop out? Thank you. Okay. One more try at this. There we are. And... oh. Okay. I think you are set to roll again, Rando, if you want to get going. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can't. I'm just having you cut off a bit. I'm so sorry.
You're fine. Yeah, you're good to go if you're ready to roll. Are you still there with us?
Yes, yes. I'm ready to start, right? Okay.
Yes, you are good to start.
Okay, so we start, and then we pretty much immediately just turn back in because in the clock tower, there's actually two different checks here that we can grab really quickly. The first one is the Song of Healing, and the other two are the Deku Mask and the Bomber's Notebook. We would just have to sit through a little bit of a cutscene here. Oops. There you go. Oh, okay. And then it'll have a pop-up here. It doesn't show correctly, but it is a Woodfall small key, which is the only Woodfall small key in the game. And then gives us a Bomber's Notebook with the Lines of Truth. Okay, and then we're just gonna go back out. And then we just do some checks here in Clocktown. But first, before I do any check, I wanna... Oh,
It looks like your game feed in Discord has cut out. Are you still there with us?
yeah.
Okay. Oh, no, we have lost our runner for a second here. Um okay. If you will bear with us for just a moment, we are going to try and get our runner back so we can continue onwards with this. Please stand by.
Well, hey, good morning, everyone. Sorry for the technical difficulties we're having already, but, it happens. In 4 days, it's bound to happen every now and again. I am Phoenix29. I'll be your host for the rest of the, day, actually. I think I'm here until late afternoon. So you're stuck with me all day, probably get a few real bad puns, but you know what? It's all for charity. We're here for a great cause. We are here for the South Carolina State Firefighters Foundation Burn Unit Children's Fund, which was founded in 1986 by South Carolina's firefighters in the MUSC Children's Hospital to ease the recovery process for pediatric burn patients and their families. So we've got a fantastic cause going this morning and all day. So let's get those donations in. We have started off with one donation already. WinFox470, a pretty great member of the Final Fantasy Randomizer community, started off with $25. No specific incentive that's listed on that, so we might put that to a dealer's choice, but we'll see what happens. While Darkmoon gets the broadcast back going here, you're going to be listening to me for the morning, which is great. I am caffeinated. I am hyped, so this is fantastic. I'm also sleep deprived, so that's why I'm caffeinated. So, I might just start babbling into gibberish for a little while. But it's all good. It's for charity, right? Who needs sleep? So I'm going to talk a little bit more about about our charity while Darkmoon works in the background, frantically getting the wheel going and getting the randomizer back up. So this charity, they provide a lot of stuff for recovering pediatric burn patients. So I think everybody can agree that's such a fantastic cause. So one of the things they do, they provide a lot of the basic needs during treatment for the families. So food, lodging, clothing, transportation, because we all know families, children, the recovery process goes so much smoother when parents are able to be with their children for the whole time. We've got like the Ronald McDonald Children's Charity as well, which does a very similar thing, and it's proven that helps facilitate the recovery process so much better. And you know what, really, what's better having somebody around when you're going through a really hard time than having your family around? Am I right? So they provide food, clothing, lodging, transportation, helping educate parents and family about burn care, because burns are very complicated injuries and the recovery is super complicated. So safety, fundraising for recovery handbooks, materials. They want to help. Oh, do I hear something in the background? Are we going to be up and good to go?
We'll start the cropping process in just a little bit if you want to finish up your little spiel.
Alrighty, cool. I thought I heard something in the background there. All right. So they also support injured patients' emotional well-being during and after treatment. Things like child life specialist support, toys and activities for distraction and exercise, fan club support program, school reentry program, and parent-teacher assistance. They also have an annual can-do camp, image enhancement through special clothing, makeup, consultation, wigs. So this is such a fantastic cause here, folks. I know day one is usually our slow day for donations, and they always kick up on the weekend there when we got a lot of runs going and we get a lot of incentives. But you know what? If there's no specific incentive you want to donate to and you're watching, feel free to just throw something in. One of our hosts will find an incentive to put it to when they want to maybe make a run even more fun, but not guaranteed, for one of our runners, because we all know the incentives are super fun. Okay, so some of the other things that they support, they promote burn awareness and fire prevention throughout South Carolina. They support appropriate program development, the implementation and training of fire safety instructors. There's participation in public awareness campaigns, development of teaching aids, funding for workshops for fire and life safety educators. So, as you guys can see, these folks do a ton for these to help burn children. So, let's get the donations out there. Let's make sure we're writing a big check for these folks at the end of the weekend. We always like when we can write a few $1,000s to these charities every time that we do these at twice a year. You know what? Let's see if we can't make this year the biggest marathon yet. I think our record was about 5,500 on our first one. And Danny and the admins all sang a couple of songs after that. I don't know. Maybe I can convince them to do it again if we get the donations out. I have not discussed this with them beforehand. I'm pretty sure Darkmoon's yelling at me through the screen right now. But you know what? I will absolutely fight that fight if we get these donations going. Well, hi everyone. We're back. We have solved our technical difficulties, and just like Miley Cyrus, we're coming in like a wrecking ball. Hey, it's all for fun and games, right? So before I kick it back over to Rando to keep going on his run, we did get another donation come in, another $25 donation come in from One Free Fits. The comment is, "Woohoo, marathon hype! I'm so excited to get to do some runs and commentary during this, and I got to see Umari the Yeti smash Kefka. So let's make that happen." So that's $25 to Umaro in the starting party for Final Fantasy VI Worlds Collide, which is tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Okay, and Rando, over to you.
Hi, I'm Rando Z-Link. Again, apologies for the delay. I think I'm all good now. So today I'll be running the Majora's Mask 3D Randomizer. It just came out earlier this year. It's still in development, so there might be things that might pop up, but hopefully we shouldn't be seeing any of those. So yeah, am I ready to go?
You are good to go.
Alrighty. Alrighty, so at the beginning of a run here, what we're going to do is just pretty much just turn back in, because there's actually a few checks in the clock tower itself that we need to collect. We have the Song of Healing check, Bomber's Notebook check, and the Deku Mask. And something interesting about this cutscene is that while it doesn't actually say that you get the Song of Healing, just playing the Song of Healing in this cutscene actually just gives you the song itself. Yeah, and there are a bit of cutscene jankiness, because technically in this cutscene you're supposed to be a Deku, but obviously we're not a Deku, we're just normal Link here. And then when we get the item here, it's just a blue rupee. And then we just let the mask salesman yap a little bit more before he gives us our last check for Bomber's Notebook. Yeah. In the current version of a randomizer, these cutscenes aren't really skipped yet. The devs are still trying to figure those out, but in the near future, hopefully everything is just skipped, like how it is in the N64 randomizer, and you just skip items as you talk to him. But for now, we just listen to him tell his life story. And we actually get Kamara's mask here. Oop. Okay, the Majora's Mask camera likes to be a little bit janky at times. It takes control away from you when you least expect it, but it's fine. I played this game more than enough to be able to okay, I'll handle it. So we're just going to deposit our rupees here, because we can be possibly getting more checks that require us to get more rupees, so we just deposit them now. It's fine. And then I'm actually going to go my options here and invert my camera, because that's just what I'm used to playing. And we see that there's a heart piece here, and we're going to talk to our favorite green fairy, and he has a purple rupee and a stone tower compass. So those are not really worth acquiring, so we're just going to leave him be for now. And then I'm just going to do a few more checks in Clock Town and see where we go from there. Yeah, technically I can acquire bombs right now. Oh, so that's a bottle of gold dust. Technically I can acquire bombs right now, but I kind of want to save my rupees until I can see what I can actually acquire in this run first, because in normal Majora's Mask, there are a ton of optional chests, and all those chests have a ton of rupees in them, and they are all randomized in this run. Okay, so that's the Stray Fairy. With that Stray Fairy, we can actually revive the Stray Fairy in North Clock Town. And I think I might just do that right now. And you're probably wondering why I'm not playing with Song of Inverted Time. That's just because I'm just basically just killing time before 10 a.m. At 10 a.m., I can enter the mayor's office and get Madame Aurora's check for the cafe's mask, which is going to be a randomized item in this run. And she just gives us a 20 rupee. I actually think I might be grabbing a bomb check here. So I will be just grabbing 73. Something interesting about the bank in this game is that if you grab over the amount of rupees you can hold, he will not give you a rupee. So you actually have to do maths in this game. Okay, so we'll be grabbing a bomb bag and the bomb shoes. Bomb shoes are actually really good in this game, especially in Rando. In Randomizer, you actually get the option to re-enable something called ISG, which is Infinite Sword Glitch. It's a glitch from the N64 version of the game where if you interrupt your sword stabbing, then your sword just infinitely stabs. And in 3DS, they actually patched that out, but on the Randomizer, it's re-enabled. Okay. In this cave, there are 2 Dodongos. We're just going to kill using bombs. If I'm lucky, I can hit both at the same time, just like that. You do want to be careful with these Dodongos. They actually hit kind of hard. And that should be it. And they actually give us a lot of money, so we can use it towards a bank later. And we get a pen of memories. That is a trade item for later. We don't have to worry about it now. And now I'm actually going to slow down time. And I'm just going to go ahead and collect a very obscure check here. Not many people know about this check in a vanilla game, but this pillar is actually climbable. They made it more obvious in the 3DS version, but in the N64 version, it looks exactly the same as any other pillar. And you can actually kill things with bushes in this game, so I'm going to collect a Deku Stick, just for later. And we got a piece of heart from that. And we're actually going to be able to beat Gorman into Madame Aurora's office here. He talks to the receptionist until 10:30. It is 10:20 29 right now, and he's just gonna be able to just barely leave, but we're gonna beat him into there. And we're just gonna lie to her, saying that we're gonna help her look for her son, and she just gives us a red rupee. Alrighty, since we're maxed out on rupees, I'm gonna do a bit of mini games here. We're gonna start with a Bomb Chew mini game here in Honey and Darling. Basically, just have to hit the targets with Bomb Chews. This game is relatively easy if you have shield, but without shield, you have to depend on timing Link's put down animation. But you can also just spam. There we go. And you'll be seeing come up here, but they'll give you a fishing pass. That is normal. That is intended. In the vanilla game, they actually substituted some of the blue rupee checks for just fishing passes for whatever reason. Fishing passes are not that useful in this game. You don't get anything from fishing at all. But hey, you know, it's whatever the devs want to do. All right, let's see what we get from here. You get a Sculpture token. So fun fact, the Sculpture tokens are actually a new randomization for this randomizer. They were just added in a couple months ago. What that means is that 60 extra checks are actually added to the run. It does also mean that the Sculpture houses themselves in this game are very loaded at times. If you're able to get into one early, you just get a ton of items just from going inside them. So that item up there is just a normal piece of heart, so I have no reason to go up there to collect it. And we're just getting Sculpture tokens galore. They don't help us at all really in this run, unless a very important check is on them, which is very unlikely because it's just 2 checks out of about 400. But it can always happen. And we actually have a bow here. That does give us an option to attack enemies with, so that's always nice. And then we're just gonna listen to the owl talk to us again. This song is actually moved in 3D. They moved it to the beginning of the swamp. In the N64 version, it was actually you had to go quite a bit into the swamp itself to get the song, but I guess the developers, when they were remaking this game, they wanted to make it more accessible for players if they messed up on the first day to be able to warp back to where they were, so they moved it here. Okay, so that is the Song of Soaring. And you actually don't need to hit the owls in this game to activate them, you just press A on them. Okay, and we're actually gonna cheese our way into the first spider house. So what I'm gonna do here is a long jump, so I'm basically gonna position myself along the edge, place a bomb behind myself, and just let myself get hit. And this is more than enough health to get into the spider house. And this is also the reason why I collected the Deku 6 earlier. Just in case I didn't have a bow, I can light a torch. Oh. Okay, they do a full heart of damage, and I rolled into it. I forget that their hitbox is active right away. That's fine. We respawn full health. The dying in Majora's Mask is not really consequential at all. You just restart at where you started. There's actually very little consequence of dying. Sometimes it's actually better to die in Majora's Mask. Okay, well, all of the checks are just being normal tokens. That is actually a key. I cannot collect that because I have no means to collect it. So we get the swamp title deed in this. There is a bug right now in my randomizer where repeatable items like the title deeds. Oh, we got Zora mask. Okay, nice. So I can actually collect that key right now. And it is for the Stone Tower key temple. But going back to what I was saying before, there is currently a bug in my randomizer right now where if you have repeatable items on Sculpture tokens, you actually cannot recollect them. So if I trade in the title deed, I might get soft locked, but hopefully it doesn't come to that. It's very unlikely. So we got a room key, which unlocks one extra check. And you can actually just jump across these, even as normal Link. You never have a reason to use that Deku Flower, but they place it there to be nice to the player, I guess. Okay, and there's a couple beehives you just have to shoot down. Okay, and since we have Zora, we actually have a way of just pressing a B button to do damage, which is very nice, so we don't have to just shoot arrows all the time. We also got a key for Snowhead Temple. We got Kafei's mask. And a lot of rubber boots in this run. And then what you can do here is you can actually throw Zora boomerangs through walls in this remake. Not in the original, but in the remake you can, and we just collect that check through the wall. Normally you would need a sword to access that check, since you have to break the vines, but we don't have sword, but we have Zora. And we actually get Powder Keg here. We actually cannot use Powder Keg yet until we get Goron's mask. But it does unlock a couple more checks if we do end up getting Goron's mask later on. And I'm just trying to hit this switch through the wall. Trying to figure out where it is. There we go. And we get magic. As a piece of heart. But pieces of heart are kind of worth collecting in the randomizer. There is the secret room in Iconic Canyon, which does actually check how much HP you have. So it is a good idea to just collect as many heart pieces as you can. And we actually get another title deed here. Okay. Should be all of the Scotulas. If you're not sure of how many Scotulas you killed in a room, you can always just listen to their audio cues. Their audio cues just basically just let you know if you have collected them all. That is Pictobox. So we're just gonna warp out of here, and we can actually get into Marani's Ranch right now, even though we don't have Goron's mask. And I'll show you in a bit here. As long as you get to Romani's Ranch before 6 p.m. the first day, if you have Bow, you can actually learn Rapona's song, which gives you a bunch of access to different Great Bay and Iconic Canyon, which are huge because those two regions have a ton of checks that we can just access just because we cheese the logic. And this P-Hat is only active throughout the day. If you interact with this P-Hat at nighttime, it's actually asleep. So you want to make sure that you're doing this as soon as possible. It's just a good idea. And that's just going to give us our 10th. We do need 30 to collect the end reward. So we're still quite a bit of ways. And I'm going to do a save here just in case crashes happen. And we do have All Night's Mask on here, which lets us listen to Granny's story without falling asleep. So that's 2 extra checks. Okay, so I'm going to do a glitch here called Restricted Items. It's basically letting you use items that you would never normally be able to use. What you do is go into first person, equip an item over a usable item in that form, take a picture, and you're going to spam. And we have just used Powder Keg as Zora Link. And of course, in Zelda games, they always have to point out the obvious for you. She's letting us know that our horse is there, even though we can hear her from a mile away. And then we talk to Romani. Even though we tell her our name, she's just gonna give us a default nickname. She's gonna call us Grasshopper every single time. And since we have what prerequisites for even getting a Pona song, in this cycle, we're gonna help her defend against the aliens at around 2:45 a.m. at night. Yeah, but scheduling, I mean, I wouldn't say it's easy to remember, but you just play the Rando a couple times and you kind of get a feel for how things are scheduled in this game. It can be a bit daunting. Just letting you know that just like knowing that you're on a timer all the time. But I mean, for me, that's the appeal of playing the randomizer for Majora's Mask. Just knowing how to optimize things as best you can in a given cycle. But there are times you get unlucky and you don't get anything useful for like the first cycle, and you just have to cycle to the next cycle with basically nothing on hand. Okay, and this is going to give us a Pona song. And with this, we have access to Great Bay and Icona. And we're actually going to teleport back to Milk Road here. We're going to race against the Gorman brothers here using a Pona.
Hey, while we're teleporting, I'm just going to quickly jump in here. We've got a donation come in from our good friend Classic Gamer 76, $15 donation towards the Castlevania 2 run tonight to set the sprite to surprise, because surprises are fun, especially this time of year. This is towards Simon's sprite being surprised. Thank you, Classic Gamer. Back over to you, Rando.
Yeah, so while we're racing with brothers here, I mean, the race is fairly simple. You want to take your corners as short as you can, and you also, I believe you do not want to use the last carrot, because if you use the last carrot, opponent goes into a very long cooldown, and we just want to avoid that because that's going to lose us speed, because you have to beat at least 50 seconds in order to win a race. So just pacing out your carrots and just letting them recharge is a very important factor in this race. As long as you do that, the race is just very straightforward. And for this last, we want to make sure at least 3 carrots on hand. And we beat the race. And they actually give us a hook shot. Hook shot is probably one of the best checks you can get in this game. It just lets you just cheese anything and everywhere. So it's good that we got it early on. And I'm actually going to go back into Romani's Ranch right here. And there is a check in the doggy racetrack that I can collect, even though I'm not doing the doggy racetrack itself. Yeah, and if you ever played a Majora's Mask Rando, you will know that once you get Song of Soaring, you're just basically teleporting everywhere. That is what's going to be happening for a lot of this run. Just taking into account what checks we have, knowing what we can check, and just teleporting according to like the right places. And then we're going to teleport to Milk Road again, actually. And since we have the opponent, we might as well use her. Besides Goron rolling, she is the fastest mode of transportation in this game. Though Goron is more preferred because you just have access to Goron everywhere, whereas Epona, you only are restricted to Termina Field itself. And we give a Mirror Shield. Mirror Shield is great to have early. It lets us do most of Stone Tower Temple, as well as defeat the mini boss to get Elegy of Emptiness. It also lets us bomb hover if we really need to. And there is a little underwater check that we can do. It's going to give us a third swamp token. And a little thing that carried over from Ocarina of Time is that you actually cannot ride opponent while she's neighing. You actually have to let her finish her animation in order for you to ride on her. That was weird. I've never seen that. I rolled and Link broke his animation for a second. And we get the Kokiri sword. Yeah, you see the thing that I was talking about with opponent neighing? Yeah. All right, so we're in Great Bay. It is best to go to Great Bay on day 1, just so that you can rescue Mikau at the shortest possible distance. Otherwise, on days 2 and 3, you have to push for about like half a minute straight just to get him to shore. And I'm just actually gonna go inside of a spider house right now. I did get a hint earlier that spider house for Oceanside is way of a hero, which means that there's something important in here. And I have most of what I need to be able to collect all the items here. And then for this check, you can either burn the webs, or you can just use Zora to just phase through the wall. You give those masks. Or beneath the well, if we need to go there. And fun fact about this cobweb, you can't actually use fire arrows to burn it for some reason. You have to use a deku stick or fire arrows. There you go. You get silver rupee, which is kind of a waste because we only have a child's wallet right now. And we get a master truth, so if you need to do doggy racing, we can have that option available open to us. And I'm keeping my text on the screen on purpose here. It's actually just let me just do things while in pause time, because when you have a text box on screen, time doesn't actually progress. Just a little bit of min-maxing here and there. They only give you 3 cycles, so you gotta make the most out of each single second you have. Oop, don't mind my NAM. You get the ocean title deed. So it seems that the game is preferring to give us the ocean title deeds all the title deeds in the spider houses, which, as I said earlier, might or might not be a good thing because repeatable items are kind of broken on skulls in this version of Randomizer. So this check actually requires you to have fire arrows normally, but since we know about throwing things through walls with Zora Boomerang, you can actually just collect that right now. I'm just barely missing it. There we go.
Alrighty, well, we got a second here. I'm going to read in another quick donation. We've got our first 3-digit donation from WinFox470, dropping $100 again. WinFox, man, you are the best. WinFox has asked that of his 2 donations combined, $45 goes to Castlevania Symphony of the Night bonus vanilla run, and the other 80 goes to Quad Rando for useless checks, because we all like useless things, like me. Back over to you.
So we got the Garo's Mask there. Garo's Mask does not really serve too much of our purpose in Rando. In Vanilla, it lets you have access to the entirety of Iconic Canyon, but a little less known fact about this game is that if you have the Gyptos Mask, it actually performs the same function as the Garo's Mask, so you never really have to get the Garo's Mask if you know what you're doing. And we get light arrows. Light arrows are really good. They let you have access to the entirety of inverted Stone Tower Temple, and they let you rupee farm more efficiently. And what happened right there? So you might have noticed that I got a bottle of gold dust on that check. That was actually supposed to be a seahorse, and if you do not have enough bottles for that seahorse, it will just give you a green rupee. And that was actually my suggestion for handling that in the development of this. I told the devs that we should just make it a green rupee because there's actually no green rupee checks in this game other than the ones that we would add into a randomizer itself. And I'm just going to ledge clip there so I can get into here without knowing the code. And it's actually a vanilla check. Okay. And we just walk through that, and we're out of the spider house. That is every single check in here collected. Actually, I still hear one. Oh, it's this one right here. There we go. Gives us a full heart container. And unfortunately, we do not have Goron Mask to get out of Spider House, so we have to do this back walk. And it takes a little bit, but it works if you do not have Goron Mask if you enter Spider House. Yeah, we will be here for a little bit longer. We're about halfway there. You know what? I really wanted to get Goron Mask inside our house, but it was not in the cards, but it is fine. We are through. Oh, and the levers are going to bully us a little bit, but that's okay. Maybe we push Macau to shore. And we're going to play the Song of Healing to kill him. And he gives us his face, which is, of course, an randomized item in this run. And we actually have a Great Fairies Mask, which is important for collecting stray fairies in temples. Some stray fairies, specific ones in Snowhead, can only be collected using the Great Fairies Mask after putting it on. So having it now so that we can enter dungeons later with peace of mind is excellent. And we're going to go ahead and just get this owl statue here really quickly, as well as check what Tingle has in store for us. And as you notice, in my randomizer, they actually restored original Zora swimming, so it's just as fast as it was in N64 without having to use magic. There are a bit of restoration options in the randomizer itself. I will go over them as we come across them, but that is one of the major ones in this run. I will actually buy this piece of heart. Yes, they also did restore Deku's momentum. So Deku, in Majora's Mask 3D, they made it so that he has to build up speed on his spin to be at full speed. But in the randomizer, the developer actually changed it so that when you press A, you get instant momentum with Deku. And there is a clever little hidden check here. It's just underwater in the corner of Zora's Cape. And it will be our 17th Sculpture token. So it seems that we're being pushed towards getting Sculpture tokens. Right here, you will get attacked by the Skullfish, but if you just jump out of the water every so often, they will not attack you. And if you do not have Zora for this section, you can actually just invert the camera, and they will just despawn outside of the camera itself and not attack you. Okay, so we'll be doing a few checks here. Since we have Zora, we can enter these rooms. For this specific check, you actually do not need to know the whole song using the diary. You can actually just play the song if you already know it. And it works. But technically, if you were going for like 100% completion in like a normal game, you would just have to, you would have to actually do the whole diary because it counts it in your Balmer's notebook. And he steals our song, but he also gives us a bottle of Chateau Romani, which is infinite magic and an extra bottle. So I will actually just drink that right now. There's no reason to hold on to it. And there's this guy trying to lockpick into Lulu's room, so we're going to scare him away as Mikau. And we see that there's a heart piece up there. While it's not really worth it to collect it, I will just collect it anyways just to have extra health for later. So you can actually do a bit of hardcore parkour to get up on here. Oops. And collect the heart piece without having to give the title deed. Okay, and since we have Camaro's mask, we're gonna dance for the Rosa sisters. Let's just say that the cinematography for this cutscene is interesting, to say the least. We get a check from them, which is going to be Goron's mask. So that is our fastest mode of transportation in the game. So we're going to be using that quite heavily in this run. Before I do anything else, I will actually go back to Bomb Shop and purchase a powder keg again. In this version of Randomizer specifically, in order to buy powder keg, you have to have Goron and have collected the powder keg before. If you just do the powder keg certification, that does not work because the game checks to see if you have a keg or have collected it in the past in order to be able to let you buy it. And we're going to talk to Guru Guru, and he's going to tell us a sob story as well as give us his check, which is fire arrows. And since we have hookshot, we can actually collect this chest up here. And we actually get a silver rupee, which is very nice. I'm gonna go ahead and put that back into the bank. And what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna uninvert time. And we have room key, so we're able to just access stockpot in as normal. And we get our 18th Oceanside Skull token. Okay, so I'm gonna fast forward time to 12 a.m. midnight, because the barbery for the granny happens right a little bit after 12 a.m. While I have extra time, I might as well collect this piece of heart here. And then we're just gonna watch Granny get kidnapped here. And the reason why you would want to uninvert time is for this specific cutscene. If you did invert time, this cutscene takes a little bit to play out because it happens in the game engine time for whatever reason. Okay, so you just gave us a piece of heart, but in order to collect that check specifically, all you need is Zora Goron, a sword. Deku 6 actually do not work with making Sakon drop that sack, but since we had all of our options available, we were able to just collect that check very easily. And he gives us more money. So since I'm here, I might as well just head into Snowhead in its area. And I'm just gonna skip over ice. I have literally all my options to be able to just do that normally, but there's no reason to wait for a 5-second cutscene, right? Zoe is for speed. And we unlock Owl Statue here so we can teleport to it later. Mountain Village Owl Statue is probably one of the most important ones. It's very accessible, gives you access to a lot of different locations here. So it's nice to have it open to us. Okay, and there's actually a grotto here. The game doesn't really tell you unless you have Mass of Truth, but you just bomb it and it opens. And yes, you will have to learn the locations of all the hidden grottos if you do decide to play this randomizer. But in logic, you're not technically supposed to access the grottos until you have Mass of Truth, because it gives you a little hint if you wear it. If it can demonstrate here. Okay, while I have fire arrows, I just wanted to demonstrate this small trick here you can do really quick. It's called action swap. So we're going to go with first person for bow, press stick, press L, press ocarina, and then that makes us do a put away sound, and then afterwards you just press L and X at the same time and shoot a fire arrow without having fire arrows. But we technically have fire arrows, so I didn't need to do that, but you gotta show off a little bit, you know? And we actually get a third bottle of milk here. This bottle is actually inaccessible until you get the Gorman's mask. Oh, right. I will actually head back. And I actually do have to leave for Romani's ranch here in a second. But alien invasion is about to start. And I do not want to miss that. Otherwise, I would have to redo the cycle with Romani's minigame. So this is the reason why we got Powder Keg. You'll see later why we need this. But for now, I'm going to head back to Romani's ranch. See about the scheduling thing. if I just forgot to do Romani's Ranch, then I would have to do the whole thing over again. But I played this randomizer quite a few times, so it's ingrained in my mind to do Romani's Ranch when it's possible. And I'm actually gonna uninvert time here. Uninverting time does make this minigame a bit harder. But there's like a small trick you can do in this minigame to make it easier for you. So it's not really that bad. It just passes the time faster because you will have to defend against the alien until 5:15 in the morning in order to beat it. I'm not sure why the targeting was there for the dog, but it was. So basically for this minigame, if you do not have a map for Romani's Ranch, you can just use the dog. The dog will tell you which alien is the closest to you. Oh, well, closest to the barn because you're defending Romani in the barn. And on 3DS, this game is basically a shooting gallery because the gyroscope makes this so much easier than the N64 version. Yeah, as long as we follow what the dog tells us, we really do not have much to worry about. Just gotta pay attention a little bit. You really don't have to shoot the aliens as much as I am right now, but it is kind of satisfying just shooting them, so. And after I kill this last alien, I can just put down the controller and we're pretty much good to go. And that is defending the ranch on night 1. She gives us Fierce Deity's Mask. Now, normally you're not supposed to be able to use Fierce Deity's Mask outside of boss rooms, but since we have the power of glitches, we can. Just make sure you never go inside any doors because that will basically break the game and soft lock you. And as far as I know, the devs are working to make you be able to use Fierce Deity anywhere. It's just a work in progress because this randomizer only has 2 devs, but you give them time and they will do their best, right? Okay, so I can just take a glance at what item this is up here. It is just a normal piece of heart, so I don't have to worry about going up there. And this is the reason why I bought Powder Keg earlier to blow up the entrance for Goron Racetrack. It is because this guy gives us a test to unlock the racetrack. But since we already unlocked it, we can just turn around and blow up a keg, turn back to Goron, and just skip a check. And it is Keaton's mask. And then before I go to the Lens of Truth cave, I'm gonna talk to the Goron child really quickly, because when you talk to the Goron child, it sets a flag in the game that lets you know that lets them know that you have talked to the Goron child and are able to get Goron's lullaby intro. And then Gapora is actually going to talk to us here, which I'm actually glad for, because I do not have the day 2 icicles memorized at all. So I'm actually going to depend on him a little bit here. I have a day 1 memorized, but not the day 2. From here should be a straight line. And we actually beat him before he was able to talk to us. That's our 11th sculpture token. Oh, I did not actually manage to kill that sculpture before he went down. Technically, these are locked behind. That specific chest I just unlocked was locked behind logic, but I know where it is, so I can just collect it, no issue. And most of it was just tokens. And then now for day 2, I will just make a safety save here. And I can actually go to a swordsman school right now to collect his check. I picked the novice course on accident. It happens. Oh, I just have to complete the tutorial now. Oops. Okay, now we will not make the same mistake twice. We will actually pick the expert course. And this minigame can be kind of challenging, but a trick you can do is when you land with a spin attack is rotate the circle stick, and it will actually cancel Link's animation for whatever reason, and let him get sooner than intended. There we go. And he just upgrades our sword to a razor sword. A fun fact about day 2 is that it's raining. So if you plant a magic bean in areas where it's raining, it will actually just water a bean automatically. Which is nice, though myself, I've never found that too useful. But it is a thing that you can do. I also forgot I have infinite magic, so I didn't need to cancel the magic roll there. Piece of heart. And this very specific rock can only be broken by Goron for whatever reason. But we have Goron, so that's easy to just get through. And we pretty much got 3 consecutive sword upgrades back to back. So we're on the Gilded Sword now. I mean, since I have the Fierce Deity's Mask, the Gilded Sword isn't that useful, but it is a nice little quality of life to have. And opponent sometimes does not jump for whatever reason. You just gotta back up and try again. There we go. Aren't you glad that I changed that in Breath of the Wild? So much better in Breath of the Wild where they jump automatically for you. Okay, and we enter a kind of graveyard. We do have to be here at nighttime to access the graves, but okay. But bad bats in this game are a bit pesky at times in various areas, but I'm just gonna kill a few of them off so they don't bother me. Since we have items that we do have right now, we can actually get into the graves early. So to get into this grave, you would need bombs, Goron, and I guess you can have Zora Master makes this jump a little bit easier, but you can also just do a gainer. Okay. There we go. And we're on top of a grave, and what we're going to do is we're going to check as Goron and fall as we're checking it. And that is day 1 grave, without being on day 1. Now, since we have the Gilded Sword, it is a lot easier to kill these bad bats. And that gets us a check. And it's just a piece of heart. And what we can do here is line up against this edge and do a long jump to the other side to access day 2 grave. And there are actually invisible Skulltulas in this room, and I will kill them preemptively. This one's around here somewhere. Right there. And then we're just gonna walk across the visible ledge. And I'm actually gonna turn into Fierce Deity here because he has 4 damage on his sword and a very long reach for this armor knuckle fight. Fun fact, the sword beams actually do not hurt any enemies in this game besides bosses because of how the sword beams are coated. But Fierce Deity's sword is very long, so we're able to make use of that. And we just get more bombs. I think at this point I'm just gonna teleport out of here. There's no reason to really walk out. And we're gonna go back to Zora's Cape to do some extra checks. Remember to just periodically just jump in and out of the water so that the skullfish despawn. Yeah, and we're coming up on a very long mini game here. we're gonna be doing with Beavers Racing. The whole check for both checks is about, I would say it's about 10 to 12 minutes long. So if any of the organizers want to say anything during this race, feel free to, okay? Okay, so we got nothing too useful there, but that's okay. What will be soul crushing is if we actually didn't get anything useful in Beavers Racing, because like I said, it's a very long check. I didn't disable it for whatever reason, but it is what it is. I mean, the only check I've disabled in this whole entire randomizer is a $5,000 rupee check, is because collecting 5,000 rupees optimally takes like 20 minutes, which is not what I wanted. So that's literally the only check that's disabled. Everything else is enabled in this run. Oh, sometimes stuff like that will happen. You just gotta go back and collect it. Zero Link likes to not behave around the slimming rings for whatever reason. He did it again.
All right. Well, while the race is ongoing, why don't I talk about some of the incentives that we got going on? Talk about our charity a little bit. So after our Majora's Mask randomizer run later today, we've got Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga randomizer with some incentives for the stash train. For every $5 donated, it means one level up in the stash. We all love stash. And we have a seed named Bid War, 20 character limit, which we have some incentives for. After that, at 8:15 p.m. Eastern Time, all times approximate, we've got Metroid Planets Randomizer by Nalami Amada. We have an incentive to connect players to send debuffs for $80. After that, at 10 p.m. tonight, we've got the Castlevania 2 Randomizer, which of course we've got the Sprite Selection Bid War ongoing, which we've already got $15 towards for surprise. Okay, and so you might be asking, why are we here? Why are we doing this today? Well, we're here doing this for the South Carolina State Firefighters Foundation Burn Units Children's Charity. They are a fantastic partner that we've worked with before. They do a ton of good stuff for children who are recovering from burns. They were founded in 1986 by South Carolina's firefighters and MUSC Children's Hospital to help ease the recovery process for MUSC's pediatric burn patients and their families. So fantastic cause. Any charity for children, I am fully on board as a relatively newish parent. Anything for the kids is okay in my book. So let's make sure we're getting those donations out. Let's get some of these incentives. Let's make some of these racers do some of their air quotes fun things. Let's get the incentives going. So far, we've got the top donor, WinFox470, who's donated $125. Let's see if we can get somebody to beat that. Let's see if we can hit the $1,000 mark by the end of this run. Back over to you, Rando.
Yeah, so I'm just on the second part of the first race. I did say that there are 2 races, but there are actually 2 parts for each race. Just a very long check. But as long as you don't mess up, it's fine. You just have to do each race once. So this is gonna be the first check, and it's just a normal piece of heart. And then all we have to do is just swim back over and talk to the Beaver Bros again for the second race. Yeah, something I didn't talk about is that normally for this race in the vanilla game, they give you magic pots here so that you can always have the fast swimming up. But of course, since we're on randomizer and we have infinite magic anyways, we never have to worry about that. We're always swimming at full speed. No need to worry about going out of the way to collect pots at all. And they do try to make the races harder, but if you know the routes, you can just pretty much not even touch the control stick most of the time. You just let Link just swim in a straight line towards the Superman 64 rings. But of course, as of anything, Zora Link likes to be a bit quirky with the rings at times. You would swim right into it and he'll just jump on top of it and not collect the ring. The rings have like a really wonky collision box, so just gotta keep that in mind. Try to swim as center as you can. And we are approaching 6 p.m. relatively soon on day 2. And since we did rescuing the cows on day 1 at Ramone's Ranch, we can actually do the day 2 check with Cremia and escorting her to the milk bar in Clocktown. Yeah, we'll be moving on to something else right after this 2-minute race. But of course, since I like to min-max, we do have a bit of time before 6 p.m. so I can do a little bit of checks before I actually do the Cremia check. Five more rings to go. And we've escaped beavers. And it was both junk, really. Unfortunately, it was not worth it this run, but you never know. You gotta check every check as you can. And since we're here, we're gonna dive down and we're gonna kill this like right here. It is minding its own business, but as an item that we need or could need. And looks like that is the key. If it is Great Bay Key, that'll be fantastic. It is for Stone Tower Temple. And in Majora's Mask 3D, they actually let you use the guitar underwater, so we're gonna use that. In N64 Majora's Mask, you're actually not able to use the guitar underwater. It's a feature they added for the 3D remake. Okay. And you actually can't access this part without magic. All you would do is you just read it on the wall if you didn't have magic as Goron. But, you know, I have magic, but I just want to show off things that are kind of just very obscure in this game. Same thing goes for this one right here. You just right across the wall. No magic needed. Okay, and while we're here, we actually can't get inside Snowhead Temple yet because I haven't gotten the song, but I might as well just collect the owl statue. Did I say all along with Stone Tower? I'm sorry, I meant along the wall. And we're gonna unfreeze this Goron Papa here, so we can collect the Lullaby intro. You just have to speak to him twice. There's a lot of this game. There's a lot of checks in this game where you just have to talk to NPCs twice. As long as you just know which NPCs to talk to twice, you don't have to worry about missing any checks, really. And we're just gonna be watching him trying to remember his song that he's played for his son for a bit here. He thinks he's remembered it, but he actually hasn't remembered it. So he's just gonna teach us the intro. And what we're gonna do with this intro is we're gonna go ahead and go back into Goron City and play it for his son. And for these specific, these tribe-specific checks, you actually do need a transformation mask. So, for example, if I tried to learn that song as Link, he would just tell me to go away. And same thing goes for Viteku Sonata of Awakening and New Wave Bossa Nova. You actually do need a specific transformation mask. And something cool here is that you actually just need to light the middle torch to get this moving. You actually do not need to light up all the other torches. I only found this out recently, actually. It saves a bit of time if you have fire arrows on hand. So you don't have to run around like torches all along the bottom floor. Yeah, and I do find it kind of funny that he stops crying just to teach us the song. Because previously he was crying so loud I can hear him across the city. And with that, we have acquired the full Goron's Lullaby, giving us access to pretty much all of Snowhead Temple. And I do have to keep in mind the 6 p.m. timer for Kremia's escort mission, but I should be able to get there in time. Actually, let me see how much time I have. I might not have time to do this. That's gonna cut it a little bit too close for me. I'm playing on the safe side and just teleport. And then I'm gonna click that. And then you want to make sure to hit all the bushes. You have to cut them all in order to unlock the Keen quiz. Okay, and then we're just gonna answer his quizzes. I believe there are 10. Yep. Had me thinking for a second there. To the curiosity shop. He's 25. She goes to bed at 7. I believe this one is actually 4 stories, yeah. Actually got a bit nervous there because I vaguely remember the answers, but I wasn't exactly 1%, but I got it. And while we're here, I do have Massive Truth, so I can do the Doggy Racing. Doggy Racing is still RNG even with the Massive Truth. What Massive Truth does is just let you know which dogs are potentially good for the race. So pick up the first one. And we're just looking for the messages that are relatively great. So that one is good. That one is really good. Might as well just go with a gold dog. And then you always want to bet 80 rupees. Because if you bet 80 rupees instead of 70, if you arrive in second place, you will still win the race. So hopefully this guy does well for his wife and kids. Yeah, it looks like he's beat him out. Yeah, I got just fantastic luck on this. You get 240 rupees, but we don't have enough wallet space, and she just gives us more rupees, which we can't hold anyways. So that specific check was a bit of a wash. But what can you do? I'm not gonna wait the extra 5 seconds for 6 p.m. to roll around, so I'm just gonna play Song of Double Time. And then Crimea is here. Now, if we had the Troop Leader's Mask, we would be able to wear it, and the Gorman Brothers will not attack us. Unfortunately, we do not have it. So we will have to actually defend Crimea during her escort. Yeah, and this is a bit of a long section, so if organizers need to read anything, feel free to.
We do have a quick donation from Carter Ferris 07, $5 donation for the first level of the stash train. See you later in the Superstar Saga Randomizer race. Let's get that stash train going, folks. Everybody loves a big stash.
Okay, and we find out that Gorman Bros have actually blocked off our access, dark access to Tournament Field. So we have to take the detour through their racetrack. Now, why didn't they just block off the racetrack and just have us trapped in here? Who knows? Your guess is as good as mine. And the default option here coming up is going to be no. You want to go down and put yes, because classic N64 Zelda options. And really here, you don't have to spam them. You just listen to one that's going to charge us and just shoot them. Easy on 3DS with the gyro. Now, if you have a minimap, it will actually show you where you are in the course. we're about. So we took the last curve, so we're almost there. Like we're about 2/3 done. There we go. Well, less than 2/3 because we were actually just done. And then Kermit's gonna give her a check here. She just gave a pizza heart. If you've actually finished her check before in a previous cycle, and you redo the escort mission, she actually gives you a hug, I believe. And then for these Chica statues, we turn to the transformation and play the respective song. So since we have Goron Lullaby, we're gonna play Goron Lullaby as Goron. Now, in the vanilla game, each time you would play the song for the statue, a pop-up would appear with a bomber's notebook. But since we're playing Rando, we don't have to worry about that. The devs have completely bypassed that, and we just get the check. Well, the song completion. And right here, I'm gonna do Infinite Sword Glitch to get into the Astral Observatory. Which is only a randomizer, not in vanilla game, because ISG is removed in vanilla. And then we're gonna peer bomb left here to get this guy moving. And we're gonna look at Skull Kid so that he drops the moon tier. And while this cutscene is playing out, the Deku is still flying. And it takes him quite a while for him to reach his hole. You have to let him reach his hole before he lets you get his check. He's almost there. But for this specific Deku Scrub check, we do need an adult wallet. But I'm kind of gambling that I will get the adult wallet sometime in this run. So I'll also just let him go into his hole. And then there are a few checks in the bomber's hideout that we can complete. And we actually get a bottle red potion, which is really convenient because I will be heading to Mystery Woods sooner or later. Okay, and I believe I should have enough time to do the Honey and Darling minigame here. Yes, because I close at 10. And I actually almost missed this minigame on this cycle, and I would have to play the first minigame again if I missed it. Didn't miss a single one. And of course, it gave us a fishing pass, but that's fine. Let me see. So I'm gonna go back to Stubborn Swamp. And make a bit of a safety savior, just in case. Now that item up there is a boss key. I can actually grab that right now. Now, by positioning yourself in a very specific place, you can go on jump and cancel it mid-air and land on a roof. And we got the boss key for Stone Tower Temple. Oh, before I go into the Mystery Woods, since I have the Mass of Sense, you can actually wear it here and bottle up a weird mushroom. Or magic mushroom. I believe that's renamed in 3DS. I believe it was odd mushroom in OT or 64. Oop. Hey. I know that the Mystery Woods checks are useless, so I don't have to check that grotto. You do have to talk to Kotake before Kome can give you her check. I will not actually do that. Well, actually, I might as well see what Kotake has to give to us. And I went through the wrong exit. Because I believe Kotake's check is part of Swamp, not Mystery Woods. Well, you got an extra 9 rupees for that. That usually is 200 rupees. Went through wrong because I disoriented. Pocket change. And then you have to actually turn to New Human Link in order to talk to her. She does not talk to you in any other form. She would pretend to ignore that. She would pretend to not notice you. And then she's gonna ask us for a mushroom after we press speak to Hag. And then all we have to do is just refresh her room and go back in and then talk to her at least twice. If this happens, just talk to her after exiting. She gave us her 20th skull token for Ocean Spider House. Okay, so we are coming up on a pretty lengthy section. It's about, I'd say like a minute long of just not really doing anything. I have to do a boat ride. Because doing the boat ride actually gives us an item. But first, we're going to take a picture of Tingle. Oop. Yeah, I talked to him just so that he can say his famous thing. It was on purpose. And then we can just give him a picture of Tingle. And that would give his check. Which is a piece of heart. And then here's the lengthy section. She's going to give us an item. Now we'll never get lost in this no-head dungeon. And we're on a boat cruise. There is on Majora's Mask 3D Randomizer Discord. If someone wants to type up the MM3D Rando command for me in the chat, there is a cheat code to make the boat ride just go instantaneously, but I didn't enable that because it's not in the randomizer, and I wanted this run to reflect basically what you'll expect, just going into it without any modifications. Now, technically, I could have just save scummed and not go through a boat ride after I saw that she gave me a bad item, but it doesn't really matter in the long run of things. Now, we can't really do too much in Deku Palace because we do not have a Deku Mask. We cannot acquire a Sonata of Awakening, but there are a few checks that we can do. What I like to do here is jumping this normal link, turn to Zora link so I can swim, and we're just going to be face tanking with damage. Even poison swamp water. There we go. And we will actually acquire the beans from the Bean Man. Just so that it says that we have it in our inventory. If we need to purchase beans later, then that's it open to us. And up here, up there, there's a check. You can use the hookshot instead of just using beans. And it's just more money. Unfortunately, we don't have a wall upgrade yet, so all the money is just going to avoid. And here we actually do have to avoid the guards since we do not have Deku Mask. And Goron Link is a little bit too tall. Fun fact, in the N64 version at nighttime, they actually... Okay. I believe they also have a little bit worse version at night, apparently. I don't know how I didn't get caught there, but... in 64, they show you their vision, and 3D, they actually removed it. Oh, almost got caught. So what you can do is you jump on here, side hop Azura. Oops. You can't do it on that side, I forgot. You can backflip, side hop Azura, and then it lets you just go on over here really quickly. And we actually got our wall upgrade, which is long overdue. Now, less of our rupees will go into the void. I'm just going to deposit because that gives us the first bank check. Which is just a piece of heart, but it gives us a new heart container. You know what? Since there is a bit of time to kill, I can actually just do a bit of rupee farming on the bubbles just to get to 1,000 rupees. Because in logic, once you get the adult's wallet, bank 2 reward is fair game. Unfortunately, we only have to grind to 1,000 as opposed to 5,000. I'm a little bit too fast. So now we're at 500. I will actually only do one more rotation of rupee grinding because potential checks in the future might give us more rupees, and if I were to just max out a bank right now, I might just be wasting time. Ready? So with this, we're at 700, 300 rupees more to go. And I made a save there. I'm gonna check what the toilet hand is really quick. If it's a fodder item, I will just go ahead and do a save warp.
Yay!
And it was a fodder item, so I will go ahead and do a save warp here. And it's only in the 3D version of Majora's Mask where you can really do this, because in N64, when you save at an owl statue, it makes a temporary save, which does not work the same as a normal save. And then from here, I can actually sell the mystery milk, I believe. So I can just free up a bottle slot. Yeah, for casuals, I think Majora's Mask 3D is pretty fantastic, honestly. Okay, never mind. So that is just that bottle slot. But I will actually withdraw 100 rupees. I'll withdraw 100 rupees here. Just so that I can do the Smithy's check. Okay, and then for these cutscenes, you actually want to go through it very slowly, because if you spam too fast in this cutscene, you will actually soft lock in the text box, which is kind of dumb, but just something to keep in mind if you play as Rando. It is not a Rando specific bug, it is a vanilla game thing, so you can thank the developers for overlooking that from Nintendo's side. Okay, so we're gonna collect the meat sirloin here. I'm gonna unload this room and reload it, and it should be in the exact same spot every single time. So it should be that one, yes. And it is just pretty much like an escort thing. You're carrying the rock sirloin over to the Hungry Goron next to the Snowhead Valley entrance. I'm surprised that didn't hit us. Yeah, you want to backwalk as much as possible, because backwalking is faster than just walking forward. However, with like how elk targeting works in Majora's Mask, and backwalking works on a non-notch controller, it is a bit difficult to just hold that angle. There's Roxaline, and he's gonna give us his check. Streamer look, yeah. And he gives us a piece of heart. So we're almost at the minimum requirement to do every single check in the secret shrine, which is gonna be 16 hearts. We're at 11 right now. And I think I should head into the first dungeon of this run, which is going to be Snowhead. Now, there's an invisible giant Goron, but you actually do not need the Lens of Truth to wake him up. And just do a safety save here, just in case. And usually, this dungeon without infinite magic is kind of brutal. But since we have a Chachal Romani from earlier in the run, we don't have to worry about magic at all. And I added that fence in 3D just to help out the casual players a little bit who miss the entrance. Okay, and we're just gonna do a inventory thing here. I'm gonna equip the bow and equip the fairy mask, and that should be it. And this chest was not actually here in the original N64, and that is the Deku mask. Okay, so we have every single transformation mask now. We can pretty much complete any dungeon that we want at this point, if I were to use boss key skips. But for the sake of going through a lot of a run, I will hold off on using boss key skips until I feel like I need to, and we're at, I guess, like a stopping point in my run. And we get Lens of Truth. I would actually not do this. And then, of course, I will collect all the stray fairies in this dungeon, because there's no reason not to. So I believe for this one, all you have to do is shoot the torches. Sometimes they get in your way, but that's why we have infinite magic for. Oh no, it's actually killing the ice enemies here. I get those mixed up all the time. And that is going to be our 4th stray fairy. And there's another stray fairy down here. Goron gets knocked around very easily for whatever reason in both N64 and 3D. He's kind of a pushover, but it's part of the game. That's going to be our 5th stray fairy. And go ahead and go into this yellow door here. Now, we do have 1 key of Snowhead Temple, and usually you would need 3 keys to full clear a dungeon. But since I know my game knowledge, we only need 1. Just by not unlocking various doors and doing specific skips, I can just only have 1 key requirement for Snowhead. And really, I can have a 0 key requirement to do Snowhead, but having 1 key is just nice. Otherwise, I would have to do a strat that is a little bit tedious. And I might as well equip a Lens of Truth here for later. And this is what I like to do for this box because getting a bomb up here could be annoying at times. That's our 13th swamp token. And the wolf was going to bother us a little bit, but that's fine. We're faster than he can attack. And a funny thing about this game is that when there's a text box on the screen, you actually cannot interact with the touchscreen for whatever reason. So anytime something pops up but we can move, I'm actually unable to interact with the touchscreen at all. Only with face buttons. You got 20 rupees there. With that strat, it's just to warp out. Otherwise, you just have to kind of just walk back a little bit, which we don't really want to do. Alright, this is where our first skip comes in hand. So, we're going to align ourselves with this yellow Pixar here. Gonna aim it with a hook shot, and we're gonna aim at this torch. And if you aim it just right, we should be able to clip that torch and hook shot all the way up there. Hand's a bit shaky. There we go. And right here, we're gonna go ahead and take out our lens of truth. Because there's a stray fairy up there. Now, this check in this room, it technically does require lens of truth and logic. However, we got hook shot. So that's 11 stray fairies already. And we're gonna go up against the Wizard mini boss. And we're actually gonna use light arrows because light arrows do more damage than normal arrows in this game. Oops, I did it a little bit too early. There we go, reserve is down. And it was just 20 rupees. But we are almost done full clearing Snowhead here. Just a few more checks before I am locked off doing anything else, because I'm not doing bossy skips right now. Because the bossy skips in this game are, I wouldn't say they're the easiest, but they are certainly much easier than in N64. I do have a bit of trouble with bossy skips at times, so maybe that's part of the reason why I don't want to do it right now. That's fine. Getting full clear for this dungeon is pretty good too. And right here, I will actually have to bomb hover because I did not do the puzzle. So I'm gonna bring up my bombs and choose. Get ISG. There we go. And we're actually going to beat up a second wizard for his lunch money as well. And you can pretty much tell where he's from because he makes sound. You just gotta echolocate him, and that's that. Not too difficult. And his chest is bomb shoes. So we use bomb shoes to essentially get bomb shoes. And then we have one more stray fairy location to check, which you can get to by just jumping off the ledge here. And that is all the stray fairies. I didn't even know you can climb that. And we're just getting more money. Now, since we have Decky Mask, a second check opened up at the Locktown Great Fairy, which we can check very quickly. After I deposit my rupees, of course, because I'm pretty sure I'm going to get more. And we have to keep in mind that we can also collect our check from the Mountain Smithies. So since we have Decky Mask, we just go up here and collect our second check, which gives us a dungeon map for Stone Tower Temple, so we'll never get lost in Stone Tower Temple. I will actually go to a bank and collect my rupees again. I'll take out about I believe 90 should be more than enough. No, I actually wanted more, but maybe the minigames will give me more rupees. So since we have Postman's Hat, we can actually collect this check right here from the post box, which is a piece of heart, which is actually a vanilla check. Okay, so this is day 3 of Honey and Darling, which is the last day. So we actually get our actual check here. Sometimes they pretend to not hit, but you just gotta aim it again. And yep, you're out on cue. More money. And then we're gonna do one of the more obnoxious minigames, which is the chess minigame. It's very RNG heavy. It just depends on how good of a luck you get for this maze. You should just go for a closest route and see how far that takes me, and just go from there. But sometimes you get very unlucky, and you get blocked off at the last minute. And a weird thing about this minigame is that it actually makes the free cam non-functional, so I can't even use the free cam to look around. We made it. And that was just a bell upgrade. And now we're coming up on some archery minigame checks. These are gonna lengthy, so if any of the TOs want to read anything, go ahead and free to. But I'm just gonna be doing these minigames pretty much 4 times in a row for all the checks.
No new donations right now, but let's remind everybody what exactly we are here raising money for. So we are raising money for the Burn Children's Fund from the MUSC Children's Hospital. So they provide funding for patients' families, for basic needs during treatment, such as food, lodging, children, and transportation. They educate parents and family members about burn care, safety, and funding for burn recovery handbooks and materials. Burns are very tedious injuries that require some very special care, so that education is very, very important. So what have we got coming up after Majora's Mask? We've got Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga. Got a couple of incentives open for that. Of course, the ever popular Stash Train, because everybody loves a big old stash. So for every $5, that's one level up in Mustache. So let's get the Stash Train going. There's also a Seed Name bid war, which we haven't had any donations yet for that. So we've currently got about 5 hours left for those. So let's get those donations in for that and get a big old stash for this Thursday afternoon. Following Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga, we've got Metroid Planets done by Nalami Amada, Skyhawk Meteor 9, and Epi 37. So we've got a $80 incentive to connect players to send debuffs. So let's get some money down for that. And after that, of course, we got the Castlevania 2 Simon's Quest Randomizer. So we've got a sprite bid war going on, which so far the leading bid is $15 for surprise sprites. That is being run by Amber with our friends Maddie, Fizzle, and Necklin on the crew at that time. And then after that, we've got our ever popular OJ Power Hour to wrap up the night with Oslotto and Jay Scheidel. Those two can talk forever about whatever. Literally. Or nothing at all. OJ Power is a fantastic little talk podcast that we've got in the FFR community. Yes, Sonny, they can absolutely talk about nothing at all for hours upon end, and yet somehow it amuses us. I don't know how, but it is. So make sure you tune in for that. That's at 11:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 9:30 p.m. Mountain Time. Back over to you, Rando.
Yeah, so for this minigame, all you have to do is you can basically beat the first part of a minigame with just 45 points. But for the second check, you will actually have to get all 50 Octoroks here. And a fun fact about this is that you can actually shoot one of the blue Octoroks and be fine on time. But I'm not going to risk that. On N64, this minigame was kind of notorious for being very challenging. Just because of the nature of the N64 stick and how clunky it was. But on 3DS, it's easy pickings because we have gyro. And we actually get double magic here, which doesn't actually do too much for us because we have infinite magic on this cycle anyways. But it might matter more in the next cycles when we ran out of our Chateau-Romani. And then I'm going to go ahead and do the second part of the mini archery games here, which is with Swamp Archery. This one is a little more tricky. It's more precise. I don't know if it's more difficult, but it is something fairly challenging on N64, but very trivial on 3DS thanks to gyro. So we want to make sure to shoot everything as soon as possible, including the secret scrubs in the corners. And since I played this game so much, I pretty much know where they all spawn. And I can prepare preemptively. Apparently I didn't let go of my button. That's fine. We can miss one, and he'll just come back up. And we actually didn't lose so much time on that. What doesn't matter anyways, as long as you get a perfect. Yeah. This minigame is a reason why I prefer this version of Randomizer as opposed to N64. Running N64 Randomizer can be a pain just because of this minigame at times, but I believe you can also just exclude this minigame in the 64 Randomizer in general if you did not want to do this minigame. Yeah, so we're pretty much doing a repeat of the first minigame since we got a perfect anyways. There we go. And got 2 perfect scores in a row, which is more than enough to get our prize. And we got the compass for Woodfall Temple, so now we'll never get lost in Woodfall Temple, I guess. And I'm actually going to go back to the first spider house we went to, which would be the swamp one. And since I have a bottle now, I can actually complete every single check in the swamp spider house. First, I will have to kill this Octorok because it's blocking our way. I actually do not believe I checked that check in that grotto, so I will go ahead and go to this grotto really quick and grab the item. Yes, I did not actually grab the item yet. It's just a piece of heart. But we are almost to the full requirements for being able to complete all of Secret Shrine. Okay, and then right here, there's actually a rock you can pick up to unleash some bugs, and you want to just pick them up. And I'm actually gonna... I actually did not collect nuts before, which is fine. There's a glitch you can do where if you have 0 of a item, you can actually dupe a bottle onto it, which is what I wanted to do, but I did not have a Deku Nut on me right now. And what I'm going to do here is, I'm not going to dump the bugs into the hole yet. I'm going to dump them on the floor and pick up 2 of them. Because they tried to remove bug duping in Majora's Mask, but it still happens anyways. And that is our 15th swamp token. So we're halfway there on the swamp tokens, which hopefully I do not need in this run. And this is the final spider of the run. After this, there are no more spiders. Well, the gold variety at least. And it was just a rupee again. I will actually walk out of a house because I want to go to Deku Palace. Okay, and since we have Deku you can just talk to them directly and get access in. Now, we will also have to do a bit of sneaking around. And we could do the same thing we did last time, which is this. And I like to kill that guy because that guy could be a bit of a nuisance at times. And you can actually just go right now, and you'll kind of clip on top. You don't have to wait until the very peak to get onto there. And it's a common misconception in this randomizer that you have to at least attempt to. I pressed no on accident. It's a common misconception that you have to slash of a monkey in order for you to get the song, but you do not have to. All you have to do is pull up a Deku Pipes in front of him, and he'll trigger the learning for the Sonata of Awakening. And that is Sonata of Awakening collected. So now we have access to most of the dungeons, minus the Great Bay. So we have pretty much free reign of run. The only concern I have is acquiring Giant's Mask, because Giant's Mask is actually required to beat Twin Mold in this version of the game. If you try to go to Twin Mold's second phase without Giant's Mask, you're kind of out of luck. You can't do anything to him besides just watching him fly around and Song of Soaring out of there. So pretty much whenever I acquire Giant's Mask, that is my go mode. And honestly, I think at that point I feel fine, perfectly fine being able to use boss key skips, since that is my go mode. Now, it is kind of nice to kill those fireflies at the entrance, because if you don't, they will pester you and pretty much slow you down, or knock you down onto where the entrance for the spider house is, which means you would have to go all the way around to get back up here. Okay, and we are going to do a safety save here, just in case. And that is our 16th Sculpture token. And since we have a hook shot here, we just do this. And that is actually vanilla, I believe. And I can do that thing that I did earlier where I swim as Link and put on Zora Mask on the water so I can just swim. And then if I do this correctly, I can just jump past the beetles here. And then it's very important to collect this owl statue before you even collect that chest over there. Because if you don't collect this statue, you will have to pretty much do the platform puzzle over again. And that is our 17th Sculptural token. And I will just warp straight on back. Actually, before I go into Woodfall, I'm going to go into Clocktown and deposit rupees. And I can do a bit of miscellaneous checks here. I will actually not deposit rupees. Second thought. I'm going to purchase the big bomb bag just so I have a bit of leniency if I do decide to go for my tricks. Oops. Hey, and there's actually a chest up there I can collect, so I will go ahead and do so. You can actually get on top of the hut here using Goron. And then this guy is going to try to push you off, but we get the chest on time. And that is the 21st Sculpture token. Off the top of my head, I can just go ahead back on over to Woodfall. And I will actually collect my first nut here. Okay, and Great Fairy's Mask helps out a great deal in this dungeon. And these guys can be kind of annoying. They push you around while you try to hookshot onto the torch, but I got lucky. And for this torch specifically, you have to shoot a little bit above it for whatever reason. If you shoot right at it, it will not light. And you might notice that I have two Woodfall keys. That is because there is a bug in the current version of the game where when you collect a Stone Tower Temple key, for whatever reason, it gives you a Woodfall key. And I have to remember that I can actually go back to the Mountain Smith piece to collect my my reward for depositing 100 rupees for them. And that is our third Stone Tower key. I believe you need 4 to full clear, but using glitches, you can full clear Stone Tower Temple in just 1 key. And having light arrows here is very nice because it cuts down the amount of cycles you need to do by 1. I believe all you have to do is just ground pound. Yeah, that's not anything that you would do in the first visit for this dungeon because you would not have Goron Mask at the time. But it is something you can do in Rando because Goron Mask is randomized. Link being not auto target in time. I'm gonna check my gear menu really quick to see if I have a boss key, and I forgot to track it down. Map menu. Nope, I do not have a boss key. That frog we actually cannot do anything with at the moment because I do not have Don Garro's mask. Okay, well I got a boss key for Great Bay Temple. I went the wrong direction. I actually want to just hook shot down here. And we can do the same strat as these guys. We just ground pound and finish him off with a sword. And since we have good with sword, it's just a one shot. Oh right, I did not kill him. And that is Letter to Cafe. So we have every single component to Anju and Cafe's quest. We can complete it anytime if we so desire to. So that's our 5th Street Fairy. And we're actually going through a dungeon backwards now. I believe... all you have to do is kill the enemies here. I do not have to light up torches. Light up torches is to unlock the way forward, which we're going backwards. So we do not need to unlock the way forward. But Deku... there's an enemy here somewhere. They were just hiding out. But Deku respawns, so we have to kill Deku. And sometimes like Street Fairy, the bridge gets stuck, but I got lucky and it didn't get stuck. Okay, it is being a bit evasive. And we actually get by zeros here. So logically, most of Great Bay Temple should be completable, and the way to Iconic Canyon is now fully open. And we are coming up on the dawn of the third night here. And unlocking this will give us a Stray Fairy. So we're pretty much on track to get all the Stray Fairies. Not on track, however, to beat Aldoa, but that is fine because we do not have a boss key quite yet. And that is every Street Fairy in Woodfall Temple. Now I'm just gonna go back out and collect the reward. Hopefully it gives me a Giant's Mask, because that is still required. Alrighty, and a Great Fairy of Woodfall gives us a Silver Rupee again. Well, good news is that the Bank Check 2 reward is coming up soon. We're only a little bit away. And what I'm gonna do here is gonna do a save scum. I'm gonna go into the milk bar and hand Madame Aroma the special parcel. I do have to wear a Cafe's mask, which I have. She gives us a small key for Stone Tower Temple, but that is not necessary. I will actually reset here. I do not need that. And instead, I'm gonna help a postman do his job. By handing him the special parcel instead. And in the meantime, while he runs and does the delivery, I will be double checking the scrubs here, just for the checks. So this one we hand over the moons here. And we get a piece of art for it. So basically on this last phase of the third night, we're just doing a bit of cleanup on the checks, just making sure that we're collecting everything that we pretty much forgot about, which includes getting 100 rupees and going to Termina Field for that scrub in the field. That is our 18th Sculpture token. I will go ahead and get the 100 rupees here out of a bank. And I'm actually going to finish up playing the songs for the Sheikah Stones. And the song should be Grown Lullaby. Yes. And then we're gonna go to the scrub that we set earlier in a run, like pretty much an hour into a run. We're gonna get his check in the grotto right here. I actually did not grab that moon tier. We're gonna say no to his first prompt so that he gives us a cheap prompt. And we're pretty much in go mode. But to make things easier for me, since the glitches to get past the boss keys, boss doors are kind of annoying, I will continue with a run and keep checking things. Even though theoretically I just beat a run right now. Ooh. I did it again. There we go. And it was just a piece of heart. To get out of here, I will have to do like a bomb setup. We got it. Okay, so that is 3 out of 4 of the Sheikah Stones. I believe they also give a hint as well. Spire Swamp is Wave Hero. Wow, those are actually very good hints. I did not need anymore. Mass Child Games. Yeah, there are some really good hints there. Beneath the Well is Wavy Hero. That leads me to believe that Beneath the Well actually has a boss key, since that's pretty much the only thing that could be blocking my progression right now in terms of getting through our boss doors. We get a Troop Leader's Mask here, which actually leads to a 3D exclusive check, but since we're past the second day, we cannot do that check anymore. Now, if I did the Mountain Smithies a day earlier, I could have done both the Gold Dust check and the Adult Wallet check, but I cannot. And still want to be careful about not going through the text too fast. And we're actually going to go and heal Darmani right now. I'm going to equip the Lens of Truth. And little known fact about Majora's Mask, spamming B on a ladder does make you go faster. Oop. I accidentally went a little bit too high, but we grabbed the ladder, so that's fine. And to heal Darmani, all you have to do is activate Lens Truth once, and that gets him spawned in. and then you have to use the ocarina, because you have to get properly spawned in. There we go. You have to use the ocarina because no other instrument is accepted for this check. And now we'll never get lost in Great Bay Temple. And I'm thinking that I am going to go ahead and do most of Stone Tower Temple here, since I have all the resources I need. Plus I have infinite magic, so it makes sense to just go right now before I reset cycle. I mean, technically I can, this is pretty much a one cycle run if I did Boboski skips. But like I said, I'm trying to play it out a little bit so I can get to more of a checks, play more of a game. Epona decided to not jump again. That's fine. We just back up. Try again. She decided not to jump again. She's just horsing around, really. There we go. Okay, so I'm just gonna do the rest of graveyard checks here. It does not matter what instrument you play here. Any instrument works as long as you just play the Awakening. And this fight was very nerfed in the 3D version. They made him a lot slower, and you can actually stop him with arrows before he even gets to the first checkpoint, which is what I'm gonna do here. And I don't know if it's gonna break the game or not, but I'm just gonna go ahead and just use Fierce Deity, because why not? Yeah, actually a lot easier using Fierce Deity. Oh. His hitbox is a little bit weird. And after you beat him, you get his mask in the vanilla game. Of course, this is randomized. And obviously, Fierce Stadia is not built to be in these cutscenes to get weird camera angles like that. But surprisingly, most of his animations work properly. Just remember to not go through doors as Fierce Stadia, or you will break the game. And that is a bottle. Ocean Scold number 22. And I guess I might as well do Dampe. So Dampe only arrives on day 3 at nighttime. You basically have to escort him around and have him dig up various spots. It's RNG. You can get first try on the fire, or you can get last try. There's no way to tell which fire's a fire spot as well. Hopefully, if you get good luck, if you get first try. But this is a pretty unlucky section here. Okay. The first one is pretty much always guaranteed because there's, I believe there's 6 spots. So it's very common to get a first try. We got a dud on the second one, which is very uncommon. Unlucky. We also got a dud on the third one. Very, very unlucky. Now, sometimes Dampe can do a weird thing here where he kind of spins in place and he will fall down. So hopefully he doesn't do that. He just comes straight towards us. There we go. And you want to be careful about getting him across this corner because sometimes he just falls right through. You just need one more flame. Hopefully the next one gets us the last flame. Otherwise, it'll be actually last try. I'm pretty sure the sand is over here. Yes. And we got last try. Now, you can't actually ride with him because if you get him a platform, it'll stop moving, so you have to let him do his thing. Now, on this one specifically, he can do a weird spinny thing, but he should not walk off the platform because I position right in the middle. Oh, there we go. He just spins around. And we're going to switch to light arrows here. Oh. Apparently Link did not want to auto-target. And honestly, for the most part, we're going to ignore that timer in the bottom middle. It doesn't really matter to us too much. Oops. Should be able to do everything that we want to do. Okay, well, we got a map for Ronnie's Ranch. We'll never get lost there. Okay, and then here, I'm going to bring up the Gyptos mask so I can get access to Icona. Wrong mask. It's this one. And since we have the Ocean Title Deed, we can actually take a detour right here, really quickly. And we can turn to Zora and give him the title deed. Okay, so whenever something like this happens, all you have to do is go into the gear menu, hover over and just press L. And you just got a piece of heart. And interestingly, since we rescued the granny on day 1, Cafe actually never finds out where Sakon's hideout is, so the cafe is not here. We should be able to just jump across this with Fierce Deity. And since I have infinite magic here, I'm gonna try to do a trick that's kind of annoying, but really cool if I get it first try. So I'm gonna push this, get this against the wall. I'm gonna freeze him in place of Zora. The other one actually froze me. Don't want to kill him, but he's being uncooperative. Okay. It's kind of difficult because you have to target the wall without targeting Gyptos. I actually failed. Which is fine. We're just gonna go ahead and go on to Sub Tower. Now, you might be wondering how we're gonna get up into Stone Tower without Elegy of Emptiness. Well, there's a trick called Goron Missile, which we can do. So basically, you're gonna go into first person. And then take a picture, and then use hookshot, and then you're gonna rocket off. I actually got too little momentum there, but it's actually fine. It works out, I believe. I'm trying to figure out where I am. Oh. You know what? I don't think I am where I want to be, but it's fun. I can get this hint here. So I will just go ahead and void out and try again. But it spawns me here. Okay, and then just gonna give it a click try again on this trick. And we get rocketed up really high up in the sky. Unfortunately, I got too much forward momentum on that one. I pressed a little bit too late. So we're just gonna go fly into the void. Got too low momentum that time. But luckily, where we are, it's an easy try again. Too little again, but you know what? I think at this point, I can probably just bump hover to the end. I'm not exactly where I want to be, but it's fine. Here should be a quick bump hover. Fortunately, I messed up. I do wonder if I could just jump over there with Fierce Deity. Perhaps that is alternate solution. Maybe without the Drum Slash. No, that's not a thing. Okay. I will just go ahead and move on to other checks because I'm almost out of time on the cycle. I don't have enough money. But that's okay, because I can just do this instead. So I can take a peek what item this is up there. It's a normal piece of heart, so no reason to go up there. And I did get a hint earlier that beneath the well was a Wave of Hero. And got spin attack mastery. If I'm remembering right, I do need bugs. And I need to make a small detour right here for this guy. And 19 swamp tokens. And I believe it's about time to cycle reset. However, I want to do around rupee grinding so I can just try to min-max my my infinite magic. Okay, and I am pretty much good now to just cycle reset. Oh, but I can actually do one more round of grinding. I have enough time. Oop. A little bit hard to get. And with this, we're done with bank for the rest of the run. We don't have to go back here anymore unless we needed money for some reason. And 1,000 rupees is the Bremen's Mask. And this is going to be the first cycle reset. And possibly the only cycle reset of this run. Now, quest items do not get reset in this rando. They are kept. And I believe including bottled items. Hopefully. Bottled items meaning the gold dust. Can do a quick check here. Gold dust did get reset. Okay. That is fine. It is easily reattainable. So you want to set it to 3 p.m. And actually can talk to the bank again just to get 100 rupees out. He doesn't revoke our rewards or anything like that, so no need to worry. And since the postman was already here, I can trigger Cafe's quest to start at 11:30. Okay, and I'm gonna do a quick sanity check. I'm gonna check where the seahorse was. I don't believe it was on a glitched check, but I'm just gonna check the. I'm gonna check in the in-game spoiler log where it keeps track of all your items. Really quick, just to do a double check. I believe it was on a wall somewhere. Because if Seahorse was on, if Seahorse is on one of the Skulltulas, that check is actually inaccessible to me. That is a glitch check. Which I think it actually might have been on one of these repeatable checks. Yes. I mean, I can do a double check to make sure that it's unattainable, but it looks like I am soft locked out of that check potentially. It was on the painting behind the Oceanside Skullhouse. I do not have bombs, actually. I will not invert time because I believe that this is going to be the last cycle for run. So I don't really see a need to have to slow time down. And I'm getting fairly unlucky with the bomb drops. Usually the game, it can detect what items you need and hand them to you based on what you need. Like arrows, it gave me arrows because I had 0 arrows, but for bombs, it was just being kind of annoying with RNG. Okay, so if this Skulltula is a blue repeat, that means that Seahorse check is going to take a bonus run. Okay. That is fine. That pretty much signals to me that it's pretty much fine to just do boss key skips at this point, because that could pretty much soft lock me out of the whole entire run. It would have been a true soft lock if one of the required checks, like light arrows or Giant's Mask, was behind Seahorse check. But since I have pretty much everything in go mode already, that is fine. Yeah, and the devs are aware of that bug, and they're working to fix it. So maybe when you play this rando, you will not come across that. glitch. And get Ramona's mask here. And we're gonna go ahead and go into Pirate's Fortress and rescue all of Ikal's babies. But first, I should actually head back to Clocktown and grab a red potion. Because in the 3DS version, they moved Shiro, the Invisible Man, to where Pirate's Fortress is, instead of having him in front of Iconic Canyon, where he is in the N64 version. And I believe I should actually just grab one. That's fine. Okay, heading into Pirate's Fortress here, I can pretty much cheese most of it. I don't need to do pretty much any of the puzzles here because I have all the pieces I need to make this a very quick place to just check. But the longest check would probably be the hookshot check because while there is a cutscene skip for the beehive, it is kind of inconsistent. Okay. And fun fact, in the 3DS version, they actually moved the check under that log over here on this ledge. So it's in a bit of a different spot in 3D. I'm not sure why they decided to move it, but it is here. We actually got another bottle. So that is our 5th bottle. I'm hoping I get at least a boss key sometime soon. And then right here, normally you would have to use Goron to pound the switch. However, you can actually restricted items into Deku. And clip past a gate. So you skip that puzzle entirely, saving you quite a bit of time. I got 23rd. And then we have about 3 more checks here in this one room. And we actually got another progressive bow. So we have all of our bows. That is just a freestanding arrow, so that is nothing. And we actually get the biggest wallet. So we just happen to have a lot of money in this run. Now what I like to do here is actually go back to the previous room. And void out here. Because since we have hookshot, we can take the shortcut. That always happens. Okay, and it's going to rearrange my inventory. Now, I will have to be careful about the pirates since I do not have a stone mask. But if you know where they are, it's very simple to work around it. And the easiest way to fight these pirates is to just crouch stab. And that's the first of our Zora eggs. Okay, on this one, I actually do want to exercise a bit of caution. Because this guard likes to hang around and catch you when you're hookshotting. And here, I'm just going to wait a little bit so that the third guard can get into view. So we'll time it. And it was just a piece of art. Being very unlucky. That's a one-shot move if she hits it on you, but at least you're wide open. And this room can actually be deceivingly tricky because, like what happened just now, Zora Link, despite locking onto the Zora egg, both captured a fish. And we do not need the fish. I'm inclined to believe that these fish were placed here intentionally to cause frustration, but it is what it is. And then we're actually going to take out a few guards here so that we can get to Shiro. With our Lens of Truth here. And I believe that guards can actually catch you if you're placed in a very unfortunate position after this cutscene, but I should be okay. Ooh. They have worse vision at night. Keep that in mind. So due to me being at nighttime, they were not able to see me. So I'll actually do a restrict the items into first aid here so that I can skip this whole section and just climb the ledge. no need to fight the guard. And we have just enough models here to finish out the eggs at Pirate's Fortress. Now I do want to try and snipe this guard that's walking here. And you can actually hookshot onto this hookshot post from down here. Yeah, and we're just gonna have to let this cutscene play out a little bit. And in 3D, they actually added this little alcove here that you can enter through instead of having to walk all the way around like in N64. And since Zora boomerangs go through walls in this game, and pretty much all the checks in Pirate's Fortress for pretty much nothing. But getting the eggs is important because it lets us access the Great Bay Temple. And we're actually not actually going to go inside Great Bay Temple yet. We're going to go back to Mountain Village. And make sure we get the day 1 Smithy check done. And make sure not to go too fast through the text box. Oh, right. Okay. So game actually keeps track of... It keeps track of if you've done the first check or not. Okay, and it would just be like a little bit dumping session with our eggs here. And unfortunately, we don't have a seahorse check because the randomizer put the seahorse in a fortunate check, so we have to go through Pinnacle Rock without the seahorse. But luckily, the path to Pinnacle Rock is not randomized. It's pretty much the same for every single day, every single playthrough. Yeah, and then since we don't need to worry about Seahorse check, I can just focus on my checks that I need, which are just the egg checks and the chest checks here. So should be much straightforward. Okay. And I believe across from us is a chest. No, it's this one up here. No, that's an egg. Sometimes this place looks very samey. But you can tell which ones have items in them based on whether or not I have pots. So it's pretty easy to just deduce which ones have which. I mean, there's a map too on the bottom screen if you have it. Okay, so that's a boss key. So I might as well just beep a run right now. Because I have pretty much everything. If I can get Woodfall key, that'd be great. But I'm gonna check the other dungeons too, just in case. So that way I can potentially go throw up a whole run without having to do a single boss key skip. Token number. Okay, so we have all the eggs. So we're just gonna go back to Great Bay Coast and get our the Wave Bossa Nova. Thing. That is faster than climbing a ladder if you get her first try. Unfortunately, I did not. He did not drop down. Yeah, and then this old scientist is gonna go kind of ballistic. His reaction gets me every single time. Oops. Okay, and then what we're gonna do is gonna warp to Nunu on Zorkeep. Oh, I totally forgot about the midnight meeting with Anju, but that's fine. I guess that kind of goes to show, like, yeah, even me, who's played this randomizer a bunch of times since it's released, sometimes even I forget about things on the schedule. But it's fine, as long as I don't use any of the quest items. Actually, I could technically get the quest started, but I can't finish it. So I'll just leave it be for now. And if I need to do it again for whatever reason, then I will. But since this run is probably coming to a close, I shouldn't need to. Now, there is a boss key skip right off a gate if I really wanted to. But I'm not going to do that, since I can pretty much full clear Great Bay Temple. Now, on the 3D version, they did make the dungeon a bit brighter, a bit easier for casuals to figure out this dungeon. It's similar to what they did with Water Temple in OT 3D. He will not dive down. This one could be a little bit tricky at times to get. There we go. And actually, we cannot full clear. We cannot full clear because I do not have the small key for this door, which is the mini boss. But that is just one check. Don't know why he decided to climb it. Oop. Okay, and in this room, it's pretty easy. Especially since we have ice arrows, we can do the puzzle as intended. No need for any long jump shenanigans here. But in this room, I can actually skip having to freeze this guy and climb on top of it if I just put on Fierce Lady Mask or do a gainer. I'll take the easy route on to use Fierce 80, since I don't want to do a gainer right now. Okay, this guy's kind of pesky at times. And we get our 5th straight fairy. Oh, we don't have to worry about money in this run. Pretty much dead every single check that requires rupees. Oops. 26. You can actually jump to that boss chest quite easily, actually. If you have bombs or if you have Fierce Deity, it's a pretty easy jump to make. It doesn't really take that much time because I'm gonna fight the... Well, no, I shouldn't have to fight a mini-boss. Mini-boss just unlocks for frogs, which I am assuming I shouldn't need to do in this run anyways. And since I have ice arrows, I could just do a puzzle here. And at this point, I am about 50% done with Great Bay Temple. I should not need to do that. I could just hook shot onto that. That is not required either, I believe. And then we're just gonna have to interact with the switch so that we can access the second half of the dungeon. Unfortunately, you can't like freeze the water that spouts up. You have to actually interact with the switch itself. And then we're just gonna access which one was it? It was this one right here in front of us. These pots should have magic in them, or at least arrows. There we go. And then there's just a few hidden stray fairies here that we have to collect. There's one more in this room, but I'm going to come back for it. And this one's a bit tricky, but you can just roll underwater as Zora Link, which is a lesser known kind of thing. And I should be able to jump to this with should I be able to jump this with your Sadie? I don't think so, actually. That is definitely a jump possible with your Sadie, so I'm gonna go ahead and swap it on. Or even a long jump, but right. And then I'm gonna freeze the water. Right. I believe the easiest way is to actually climb on top. I always forget about that. If this is my 12th one, 11th one, I believe I'm missing one up at entrance. And there's two more, and one is not coming to mind, but I believe I know where it is, actually. I believe I will have to restart our water flow so that I can get into that room, because I missed it. It's in a pot in one of the earlier rooms. But for now, I will keep going. And we're actually just gonna fight Yorick here. Might as well. And I will come back into this dungeon to get the last Stray Fairy. And this should be a jump that's possible for Fierce Sadie. If not, then he'll dive. Okay. That is actually fine. Normally, you're supposed to activate the switch through a series of puzzles. Obviously, I didn't do that, but we can do this instead. And then Georg, probably the most one of the more controversial fights in the 3D remake. They made him more into a puzzle fight. Most controversial being the twin mode fight, but we'll get there when we get there. But definitely more of a puzzle fight than it was in the original. But that goes with all the bosses, however. Most of them would turn into more puzzly type bosses. I will actually go down there and get magic first. Because I want to try to do a strat here where I can just easy cycle him without him being a little bit too annoying in the second phase. Georg should be right in front of me here. Sometimes it takes a little bit while to be able to see target with Fierce 80. Here we go. And we pop up here, so I can just do that and do that. We sniped him perfectly. Now, I'm gonna untransform with Fierce 80. I'm gonna clip some arrows here. And hopefully, this is RNG based, but we're gonna try to stay on top of a platform for as long as we can while just sniping him. That's entirely up to RNG if he decides to go after you or not. So now we have to do a fight the intended way, which is the long way. This might be a little bit too far, but let's give it a try. It was fine. Sometimes when the mine spawns that far, you can't actually get to him in time before it just explodes automatically, but you got good RNG. This might actually be a bit too far. Yeah. So we just have to wait for him to move. Oh, he's gonna swallow me here if I get too close. That might be okay. I should be able to get to it before he swallows. There we go. And that's pretty much the York fight. Definitely more puzzly than N64. That's a compass, which I am not going to bother grabbing. However, I will refill my magic. And boss remains are vanilla, so I need to grab all 4. So that's the first. And it is actually currently required to at least beat 1 boss in the randomizer. You need to beat at least 1 boss so that you can get the Oath to Order. But this is it, all bosses run, so I will be going through all the bosses anyways. You can, however, set it in randomizer settings so that any of the boss remains can spawn anywhere in the world or in any dungeon, but like I said, I have it set so that I have an actual goal to beat all the dungeons. Funny thing is that if you go into discussing the Fierce Deity, you can actually play Valkyrie as Fierce Deity. It's just that his face would be out of the camera view. Because for the randomizer, it doesn't actually untransform you when you go into the boss portal like how it does in the original game, vanilla. I believe I did get Snowhead Key. I just forgot to check it. So there we go. And I will actually head back into a dungeon, so I can get that last Stray Fairy that I missed. Right. So this happens whenever you have to beat a boss. It lets you, or enter a boss room actually. Whenever you enter a boss room, it will trigger this cutscene when you get across one of these portals. It's just letting you fast travel back to a boss instead of you having to go through the whole entire dungeon again. This is also a thing in N64. I believe that the Stray Fairy check will be the last check I do in Great Bay. I'm very inclined to just perform the boss key skip for Woodfall Temple. After I finish Stone Tower Temple, I will full clear Stone Tower, and I will move into performing boss key skip for Woodfall Temple if I do not acquire the Woodfall boss key by then. Well, actually, you know what? I might just fight Twin Mold and do like a couple easy checks at Stone Tower Temple, and then just move into Woodfall boss key skip from there. Oh. And I did not make it in time. Yeah, so in terms of schedule, we're actually really ahead of estimated time because of all the sequence breaking I've done. But normally, without sequence breaking, Majora's Mask is one of the longer randomizers to do as a casual, because sometimes you get paced pretty much like step by step in terms of the checks. Whereas if you sequence break like how I did, you can just pretty much skip to wherever you need whenever you need it. So the last Stray Fairy should be right here, right in front of me. And then they put the Stray Fairy all the way in my back here, so we just have to do a little bit of platforming. And while there is a exclusive check for having completed a Great Bay Temple in form of the jumping game, I do not believe it's necessary to do that in this run. And we got the blast mask, which is cool. I will get this trick one more time, however, to get into the song music house without having a Song of Storms. Just to see if I can squeeze out a Whiffle boss key here. There we go. So that was a hookshot clip. Basically, when you land, I believe Link's hookshot hitbox is a little bit disjointed, something along the lines of that. So you're able to just clip inside enemies and push yourself inside the house. And that would be fantastic if this was Wiffle boss key. Unfortunately, it wasn't. Okay, actually first, I'm gonna do like a little check here. This check is often missed because it's very obscure. It's a grotto here on the very right side. Because even if you go to a secret shrine here, you never look back, so you never notice this in like normal play. I'm actually gonna do a change of plans. I'm actually gonna just do a boss rush for secret shrine. If I get lucky, I can fight all the bosses. If I get a heart container from one of them. But just in a last-ditch effort to try to get Woodfall boss key. Yeah, so I believe the requirements for each door, it's 10 hearts, 12 hearts, 14 hearts, and then the last door is 16 hearts. It's not something the game tells you explicitly. It doesn't tell you like the actual requirements, but it tells you that you have to come back if you do not have enough hearts. Where is he, actually? Something is hard to pinpoint where he is. Okay, that's our 24th. Okay, on this next boss, I just want to put out a epilepsy warning. I will be spamming the blast mask really fast. There's gonna be a lot of flashing lights on this next fight, so just a fair warning. because on this randomizer, there is an option to turn on instantaneous blast mass, so blast mass with no cooldown. So the best way to fight this guy is just spamming blast mass over and over. So epilepsy warning. There we go, we got him on the ground. Oh, no, not yet, actually. Dang it, one more hit with the bomb. Get him on the ground. There we go. And then we can pretty much finish him off with a normal spin attack. Oh, sometimes it's hard to do a spin attack in this game. There we go. And yeah. Okay, I will go ahead and beat Twin Mold, actually. I'll go ahead and just beat Twin Mold straight up. I will require more magic. And I am hoping that I can actually perform this trick right this time. I hit a rock, so it bounced me. It's a bit too low again. A problem is that I keep on canceling it too fast. I believe if I do it now, I'm gonna hit the rock. There we go. Actually did not perform it. That pesky rock. Oh, I didn't even do it correctly, but a rock had to get one in on me. I believe that's way too high, but it should be okay. If I hold backwards here, I should be able to land on the entrance itself. Or it's gonna void me because I went way too far out. Either one. I voided out. Hey. I will perform this a couple more times, and then if not, I'll just go ahead and grab Elegy of Emptiness, because it's just not working out. I wonder was I canceled it a little bit too early. I gave it one more try. Okay, it's not in my cards for today. That's fine. That's why I have a backup strat. And that is just going ahead and just grabbing Algae of Emptiness in this cave here. That is a-okay. So you can actually perform a ledge clip here as Zora and Link. And you pretty much skip the whole entirety of the castle if you perform it correctly. I had it there, but I climbed up. There we go. And then to navigate the invisible collision here is pretty easy. You just side hop to a right. And then you kind of walk a little bit backwards, I believe. Or a little bit forward. And defeating these guys is pretty simple. I'm just gonna want to burn my curtain. And then just crouch stab them to death. You do have to be a little bit careful with your positioning because they like to run away from the light. He likes to run in a corner, so easy to just force him out. He's playing kind of hard to get. There we go. And we're just gonna sit through a pretty lengthy cutscene here. So if any of the organizers want to say anything, feel free to. Alright, and from here, we actually cannot warp out. It prohibits us from warping out. We have to actually walk out quite a little bit. And we're gonna go back to Kana. Actually, I'm gonna go to Clocktown and buy a few bomb chews for bomb hovering to make things a little bit easier. I will actually give one last attempt here at this trick. If not, of course, I have LG emptiness. I'll just go through it as normal. It didn't work out. It's fine. Usually that trick doesn't give me any trouble, but for today, whatever reason, I can't do it. Right. I believe it's... If I remember this correctly. Okay. Yeah. You know, if I wanted to, I could just bomb hover. Let me see what this switch does. Or actually, no, this hookshot is long enough to reach this, so that's fine. I'll believe, however, for this one, I do prefer to bomb hover, because it is a longer one. Yes, that's fine. There we go. Since I have bomb chews now, I can actually just hover here. And we have finally made up Stone Tower Temple. Now I am just gonna go ahead and just straight up just invert it on the 3DS version to actually remove the crystal so that you don't have to move any of the switches to access invert, which is really nice. And in Randomizer, there is that beam patch there that you have to use as access 3 checks. I don't need to do those, I believe, so I'm good just ignoring it. And then right here, I'm gonna do a pretty precise setup with bomb jumps. and then 4 rolls, drop bomb. Didn't go how I planned it, but it should be fine. Should be able to just scoot a little bit over. There we go. So that, I believe that invisible seam is new in 3D. It's not a thing in 64. In general, when they moved over to 3D versions for both OT and MM, they did introduce a few bit of invisible seams, which speedrunners do, of course, abuse to speedrun. See here, Giant's Mask. Okay, and we have a boss key, so we're just free to just enter. Okay, and then this fight was changed quite dramatically in the 3D version. The way that it is intended to defeat this boss is to shoot down Blue and then kill Blue first, and then Rad moves into a giant exclusive fight. And unfortunately, that is the way that we have to do it. But on 3DS, with the introduction of Gyro, it is a pretty simple task to take down Blue. He targeted Red for some reason. And then something I want to introduce quickly is in the randomizer itself, it has a option such that whenever Red burrows, he does not recover his HP. But for some reason, with that code being added into the game, it does something a little bit quirky with Red's HP, which you'll see here in a second when I knock him down and grab him. So the goal here is just to grab one of the boulders here and just toss it at him. And then, fun fact, in this fight, you can actually rotate the circle stick and you'll actually do more damage. Because sometimes this fight might be 4 cycles, might be 3 cycles. Just rotate the stick. And then because of that code being added, that makes it so that Twin Mode doesn't regenerate his health for some reason. You just kill him in one grab. And that is Twin Mold. Much less annoying in Randomizer compared to Vanilla. Okay, so I am 2/4 away through the remains. 2 more remains to go, which are going to be Go and Adal respectively. Okay, let's go ahead and get back to Snowhead. Okay. We pretty much don't have to solve any of the puzzles to get up to Goat here. I can just pretty much skip everything. Everything's all completed for the most part. I will have to do this trick though here. Line up in the pixel. Sometimes it takes a couple tries. There you go. Okay, and then since we didn't raise the platforms here, I will have to pretty much bomb hover across this chasm. But that is precisely why I bought quite a few bomb chews. There we go. And then Fierce 80 makes this fight significantly easier and faster. Pretty much when you knock him down right away, you can just hit him again. Okay, but I will have to use Goron to catch a little bit up to him. Yeah, I was just very blessed with having Fierce 80 very early in my run. There you go. That is Goat down. Now, I'll actually enter this cutscene as Fierce 80, just to get a little sneak peek what it looks like. Oh, okay. So only for a first cutscene. The first cutscene where you get LJ emptiness, it does not untransform you. Every other cutscene does. I believe that was changed in one of the latest updates. Okay, and I'm just gonna go ahead and travel to our final boss here, which is gonna be Aldala. I will be performing the bossy skip. Just gotta hope I don't fail too many times. And the timer doesn't really mean too much. As soon as we beat Aldawa, we can just exit and go to Clock Tower, and we'll be able to just go ahead and finish up the game from there. All right, so we'll go over here. So this trick is called first person glitch. Essentially, you want to try to get the return button to stay stuck on your A button, and that just makes things kind of buggy in terms of how it keeps track of Link's hookshot position. So I can try to do it here. So basically, as the first bomb is exploding, I'm trying to let go of the shield and let go of the view button. It is a little bit inconsistent even for me, so it might take me a little bit here. There we go, I got it. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm lining myself against this wall, turn around, and then I'm gonna try to position myself so that my middle of my screen is facing the torch. Need to align myself a little bit better. That should be more than good enough. And if I let go here, it should get me past the boss door. Unfortunately, it did not. It took me a little bit too short. Unfortunately, I will have to reset here. Okay, I will be giving this another try here. I got it. Hopefully I can get the position correct this time. One more hook shot. And then this should take me to the boss door actually this time. There we go. Got it. Got it a second try. Okay, and since we have Fierce 80, this fight is pretty trivial. You just have to let him jump the first time. There we go. And there we go. That is the final boss done. We have to defeat Majora's Mask, and that's pretty much a run. There you go. Yep. If you think we're done with cutscenes, we're not actually out of the woods yet. After this, it's a another 5-minute cutscene for the calling him a giant. I'm sure soon that the devs will figure out a way to be able to skip these cutscenes. It's just not possible at the moment because um, there's like very little decomp done of a game, and devs need to figure out what addresses are pointing to what in order to implement these features. But given time, of course, it will be implemented. Okay, and then here you actually have to leave before you use Song of Soaring, because if you use Song of Soaring there, it will just return you to the entrance. Oh. Ready? And then that's all that's left for us to do in this cutscene is just play Elegy. And then probably grab some popcorn. This is, I believe this is the longest cutscene in the game. I guess I can, during this cutscene, I can kind of go over the contributions I made to this randomizer. Actually, after the initial release of this randomizer, I took it upon myself to go through a lot of the logic for this randomizer. I went through the code. I did a bit of touch up, making sure that all of the edge cases are taken care of, and me, myself, and a few others did that. And because in the beginning, the randomizer was a little bit broken at times. A lot of considerations were forgotten about, but because me, myself, and a lot of others has a lot of game knowledge, we were able to polish this randomizer, so that for the most part, when you play this randomizer, you should not run into any roadblocks at all, like how there was in the beginning. But yes, this randomizer has come a long way since its inception. The introduction of the skulls being randomized was only added just a couple months ago, and more features are on the way. It just takes time for the devs to implement these features, like I said. But in due time, perhaps maybe the Majora's Mask 3D randomizer can have as many features as the N64 counterpart.
Okay, so we finally get back to gameplay here. All we have to do is just talk to the Majora's Mask kid at the end of a tree. No need to talk to any of other kids. For right now, none of the moon checks really matter or anything like that, since there's no entrance randomizer. So you don't have to worry about logic screwing you over and putting stuff that's important on those moon children checks. All I have to worry about is just beating Majora when you're on the moon. And then, pretty much, as you would expect, the Majora's Mask fight is very trivial with Fierce 80. Only takes a couple hits for each phases. Though the other remains might prove to be kind of annoying at times. It's RNG, pretty much whether or not they want to shoot at you. But if you get lucky enough here, we shouldn't get hit too many times by other remains. Though I do see one of them preparing to shoot me. I got unlucky. I targeted a wrong target. Okay. And now we're on Majora's Wrath. And then get ready for time here. Time. And that is the Majora's Mask 3D Randomizer run.
Geez, Rando. Thanks for coming out and showing us the Majora's Mask randomizer.
Yeah, it was fun. I appreciate you guys for giving me a chance to show off this randomizer. Like I said, lots of potential on the way. It's still in development and all that.
You know what? It's always exciting having new randomizers coming in and seeing where they go from the initial release out to later versions and new features that get added. I know for me personally, it's been interesting seeing the Final Fantasy randomizer go from its early years to where it is now. So I hope the similar things happen with the Majora's Mask randomizer.
For sure.
We'll give a couple seconds here to watch the ending. Do you have any final thoughts about the randomizer, or about the run rather?
I would have loved to have found a last Woodfall boss key, but it didn't happen, so it was fine. I got the boss key skip in a decent amount of time, so I'm not too salty about not getting it. But it was a pretty solid run overall. Definitely didn't have too much luck in the beginning, like in the first half hour, but afterwards it did pick up. And to be honest, while I could have completed the run in the 3 hours, at the 3 hours mark, I decided to just go all the way just to show off pretty much what we have to, offer with the 3D randomizer for Majora's Mask.
Awesome. Well, thanks again for coming out. It's always a pleasure showing off some different games with when we do these marathons. Once again, we are supporting the South Carolina State Firefighters Foundation Burned Unit Children's Fund, which was founded in 1986 by South Carolina's firefighters and MUSC Children's Hospital. So they provide funding for non-medical items and services critical to the recovery of pediatric burn patients, including wound care and rehabilitative equipment. So fantastic cause. Anything to help children is always a great cause. we finished up a little bit early here, so we're gonna get another run here going in a few minutes here. Just a reminder, coming up later on tonight at 5:15 Eastern Time, we've got the Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga Randomizer. Incentives are open on that. Every $5 goes to the stash train, so that's leveling up the mustache level. Everybody loves a mustache ride. Let's get that stash level to max level. We've also got a name bid war going on there. After that, at approximately 8:15 p.m., we've got the Metroid Planets on the PC with Nalami Yamada, S Skyhawk, Meteor 9, and Epi 37. We're going to be connecting players to send debuffs for $80. So let's get those donations in. Let's get some of these incentives going on. I am Phoenix29. We are going to take a quick break here. Once again, thanks, Rando, for coming out. Always a pleasure to have folks here.